Hello guys, welcome. Dito na naman tayo.
Wala si ano, si Jamar nandyan pero 2 araw na siya. Sunod-sunod eh. Very grace-nya. Teh, tolong na teh. Puyat ka pa niyan. Ako kasi yung bantay ngayon, kaya When you can say you, when you can say you, when you can say you, beautiful sunrise, how old is your soul? Just like the most stars, severe hands open, to be right where you are. We're gonna lie to love, good riddance. Oh guys, after I won't live. Tulog na te. Kasi undok kay pabukas. Ano one reason make a difference that I can make. The difference is that I do is that I stay. And then the yeah, Middle of the skies. Sudah cinta sudah Hello guys, magbasa na lang po ako ng um, as a peace-loving global citizen. Ito po guys, yan. So, babasahin ko po ito ngayon. Meron tayong mga topic dito. Ito po guys. The Handsome Crazy Man. The Crazy Handsome Guy. So, babasahin ko po ito. Wala tayong viewers guys. Kasi 12 na, mag-1. Pero okay lang. Importante. Continue. When we built the mold wall, the quizzes handsome man by the wheel. When we built the mold wall, Hausen began the church in Byungmet Gold. There were only 3 people to hear me preach. For me, however, I was not talking to just those 3 people. I thought to myself, though K cannot be seen. Wala talaga. Kasi may sa binuksan sa gate. Ito na lang. Change tayo ng topic. Change tayo ng topic. So, the same. Ito. The joy of giving food to others. The joy giving food to others. I have very small eyes. I am told that when I was born, my mother wondered, does my baby have eyes or not? And spread my eyelids apart with her fingers. Then, when I blinked, she said with joy, "Oh my, yes, he does have eyes." After all, my eyes were so small that very often called me Usan Little, Tiny Eyes, because of my mother was from the village of Usan. Actually, guys, this story is all about ito, the man, this one, Reverend Chan Yong Moon from Korea. So, this is the autobiography, the life of Reverend Moon. So, Mm, this is the one also. This topic is the one before he experienced in the story of Herman from uh, Reverend Moon's childhood. Yeah, this one. So, okay, let's continue. I cannot remember anyone saying, though, that my small eyes makes me any less attractive. In fact, people who know something about, say, uh, Pisaiagu, Sainogumi, Sainogumi, Pisaigonomy, the art of understanding a person's characteristics and fortunes by studying facial features. Saying my small eyes gave me the right dispositions to be a religious leader. Actually, this Reverend is a religious leader. No? Actually, this is the story. Okay, we'll continue. I think it is similar to the way a camera can focus further as the pictures of its lens is reduced. A religious leaders need to be able to see further into the future than do other people. And perhaps small eyes are the indication of such a quality. My nose is rather unusual as well. Just one look and it is obvious that this is the nose of a stubborn and determined man. There must be something to psychonomy because when I look back on my life, these features of my face since the parallel the way I have lived my life. I was born at the um, 2221 Village, Sangsari Village, Deokgyong District, Jeongju City, Pyongan Province, as the second son of Kyong Yu-moon of the Nampyong Moon clans and Kyong Kim of the Yunnan Kim clan. I was born on the 6 days of the first lunar month in 1920, the year of the year after the 1919 independence movement of Korea from Japan. I was told that our family settled in the village of Zangsari during the life of my great grandfather. My paternal great grandfather worked the worm himself, producing thousands of bushels of rice and building the family fortunes with his own hand. He never smoked or drank liquor, preparing instead to use money to buy food for those in need. When he died, his last words were, "If you feed people from all the regions of Korea, then you will receive blessings from all those regions." So the guest room in our home was always full of people. Even people from other village knew that if they come to our home, they could always count on being fed a good meal. My mother carried out her rule of preparing food for all those people without ever complaining. My great grandfather was as active. He never wanted to rest. If he had some spare time, he would use it to make pairs of straw footwears that he would then sell in the marketplace. When he grew up in his merciful ways, he would buy several geese, let them go in the wild, and pray that all people be well with these descendants. He hired a teacher of Chinese characters to sit in the guest room of his home and provide free literacy lessons to the young children of the village. The village gave him the honorific title San Oke, Jewel of Goodness, and referred to our home as the home that will be blessed. But the time I was born and was growing up, much of the wealth that my great grandfather had accumulated was gone, and our uh, family had just enough to get by. The family traditions of each other was ever alive, however, and we could feed others even if it is made them would not be enough to feed our family members. The first things I learned after I learned to walk was how to serve food to others. Sabi mo na. During the Japanese occupation, many Koreans had their homes and land confiscated. As they escaped the country, the Manchuria, where they hoped to well new live for themselves. They would pass by our home on the mountains on the main road that leads Suncheon in North Pyongan province. My mother always prepared for food for the passerby who came from all parts of Korea. If a beggar came to our home asking for food and my mother didn't react quickly enough, my grandfather would pick up his meal and take it to the beggar. Amazing. Perhaps because I was born into such a family, I too have spent much of my life feeding people. To me, giving people food is the most precious work. Giving people food is the most precious work. When I am eating and I see someone who has nothing to eat, it's pains. It's pain. It pains my heart and I cannot continue eating. I will tell you something that happened when when I was about 11 years old. It was toward the last day of the year, last the year, and everyone in the village was busy preparing rice cake for the New Year's fest. Then There was one neighbor family, though, that was so poor they had nothing to eat. I kept seeing their faces in my mind, and it made me so restless that I was walking around the house, wondering what to do. Finally, I picked up an 8 kilogram bag of rice and ran out of my house. I was in such a hurry to get the bag of rice out of the house that I didn't even tie the bag close. I hoisted the bag into my shoulder and held tightly as I ran along a steep uphill path for about 8 kilometers to get to the neighbor's home. I was excited to think how good it would feel to give those people enough food so they could eat as much as they wanted. The village mills was next to our house. The four walls of Mill's house were built so that the crushed rice could not fall through the cracks. This meant that in the winter it was a good place to escape and wind and stay warm. If someone took some kindness from our home furnace and start a small fire in Mill's house, it became warmer than an under room. The under heating system from Korea warms the whole house and disappearing heat through channel beneath the floor. Some of the ghosts who travel around the country would decide to spend a winter in the Mills house. I was fascinated by the stories they had to tell about the world outside, and I found myself spending time with this every chance I got. My mother would bring my meals out to the small house, and she would always bring enough for my bigger friends to eat as well. We will eat from the same dishes and share the same blankets at night. This is how I spend the winter. When spring comes, they would leave for faraway places, and I could not wait for winter to come again so they would return to our home. Just because their bodies were poorly clothed did not mean that their hearts were rage as well. They had a deep and warm love that showed. I gave them food and they shared them love with me. The deep friendship and warmth they showed me back then continue to be source of strength for me today. As I go around with and witness children suffering from hunger, I am always reminded of uh, how my grandfathers never missed a chance to share food with others. That's all. That's all for the topic of uh, giving joy, give the joy of giving food to others. So anyway, um, yeah, it's good that realization. It's good that we will. It's like living for the sake of others. It's good to our heart. Or it's good in our feelings that we can give food to others. We can share to others. Um, anything, anything. Yeah, we have. Yeah, it's really nice feelings sometimes. Yeah, that's why living for the sake of others is very important. How we can share to everyone. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes, yeah. In my situation, sometimes if I saw some beggars in the streets, no food to eat, sometimes I feel also pain because what happened, uh, because maybe of their lineage also, what happened to the us like that. So, but if we have, why not? Why not? We cannot share to them because if you have a heart of God, yeah, you have a heart of like how to share because the same God is always there for us to share the blessing, uh, share the blessing. Uh, sometimes we cannot apply this. Mm, we are in the restoration process, also. But we can give sometimes the kind of words like this. So, uh, we are we are in the position of uh, we need we need to be reminded uh, all all the time. So hopefully you can you, you you can get some points also this kind of reading so that really uh, apply in our individual self in reality in our life here on earth. So this is the legacy also. Talagang we are in the position, difficult situation. So you can really, yeah, hopefully you can uh, learn something. So another topic tayo, the same, this reading, yeah, this one. Then our topic is this uh, being a friend to all, being a friend to all. So I will read this one. So please be uh, hear this one and learn something. Okay, being a friend to all. Once I set my mind to do something, I have to put it into action immediately. Otherwise, I cannot sleep. As a child, I want something, sometimes get an idea during the night, but before be forced to wait until morning before acting on it. I would stay awake and make a sketch on the wall to pass the time. This happened so often that I would almost dig a hole in the wall, and chunks of dirt would peel up into the floor. If I also couldn't sleep, if I had been treated unfairly during the day, I am such case I won't. get out of bed during the night, go to the culprit's home, and challenge him to come out and fight me. I am sure it must have been very difficult for my parents to raise me. I could not stand to see someone treated unjustly. S- Whenever, whenever there was a fight among the children in the village, I would involve myself as though I were responsible to see that justice was served in every situation. I would decide which child in the fight what is the wrong, and I would scold the child in a loud voice. Once I went to see the grandfather of a boy who was a bully in the neighborhood. I said to him, "Your grandson has done this and that wrong. Please take care of it." I could be, I could be wild in my actions, but nevertheless, I was a child with a big heart. I would sometimes visit my married older sister in the home of her husband's family and demand they serve me rice cake and chicken. The adults never disliked me for this because they could see that my heart was filled with a warm love. I was particularly good at taking care of animals. When birds built a nest in the tree in the front of our house, I dug a small water pool of them to drink water. I also scattered some old millet from the storeroom on the ground for them to eat. At first the birds would fly and away whenever sometimes comes close. They soon realized, however, that the person giving them food was someone who loved them, and they stopped flying away when I approached. Once I thought I would try raising fish so I could sound fish and put them in the water hole. If I also took a fistful fish food, hi, hi po, shoutout po sa'yo. My from Mailda Raji. Hello, hi. Kumusta? How are you? Taga saan si ano? Ah, hello, Raj Pal Palmaida. Rajuli. Hello, Rajuli. Palmida. Kumusta? Kamustamos? Nandun ka kanina sa ano, sa kay MG Lao. MG Lao. So, taga saan ka? Taga saan ka? Palmeida. shout out sa'yo. Shout out, shout out. Kumusta po? Kumusta po? Once I thought I would try raising fish, and I got faced in this. Mm, 5 minutes. 5 minutes pumasok. Mm, Lah. Hello, boss. Tego Susanto. I'm from Indonesia. Let's be friend. Yes, let's be friend. Tego Susanto. How are you? You're from Indonesia? Yeah. Well, welcome. Welcome to my LS, bro. Mm, there's no people here. That's why you, you don't have some to make a friends to get some fish. But um, whatever blog um, he can um, mm, what they call this, because whatever blog is the mm, ninja. So I try to. Who are you, bro? Who are you? Thank you so much, bro, for visiting here. Taigo Susanto from Indonesia. Thank you so much for visiting. Halus halus halus. I was particularly good at taking care of animals. When birds made a nest in a tree in the front of our house, I dug a small water with for this to drink water. I also scattered some whole millet from the storeroom on the ground for them to eat. At first, the birds would fly away whenever someone came close. They soon realized, however, that the person giving them food was someone who loved them, and they stopped flying away when I approached. Once I thought I would try raising fish, so I caught some fish and put, put them in the water hole. I also took a fistful of fish food and sprinkled it over the water. When I got out the next morning, though, I found that all pests had died during the night. I was so looking forward to raising those fish. I stood there in the astonishment, astonishment, looking at them floating on top of the water. I remember that I cried all that day of my father keep many weeks colonies. If he would take a large hide fasten a basic foundation to the bottom of it, then the beast would deposit the wash there to create nests and store them there. Honey, I would a curious child and I wanted to see just how the beast built the hive. So I stuck my fish into the middle of the hide and got myself stung severely by his cousin. My entire face swells tremendously. I once took the foundations from the hide boxes and received the severe scolding from, from my father. Once the bees had finished building their hives, my father would take the foundation and stuck, stuck them to one hive. The foundation were covered with a beeswax that could be used as fuel for lamps. In full of oil, I took, I took those expensive foundations, broke them up, and took them to homes that I could afford to buy oil for their lamps. It was the act of kindness, but I had done it whatever my father's permission, and So I was harshly reprimanded. When I was 12, we had very little in the way of games. The toys were a pursuit-like game called Youth, and chess-like game called Jangi, and cards game. I always enjoy when many people would play together. I like to play Youth or fly my kite, and in the evening I would make the rounds of the card game, going around in the village. Then games in where the winter bake up 121 Korean currency. After each hand, I could usually win at least once every 3 hands. New Year's Eve and the first full moon of the new year in the days when the most gambling went on. On those days, the police would look the other way and never arrest anyone for gambling. I went to where the grown-ups were gambling, talk enough during the night, and get them to the idea "meh" is for just 3 hands in the early morning. Just as they were about to call in quiet for the night, I took the money I had won and bought food, toys, candy, and gifts packaged for my friends and for poor children in all the surrounding village. I didn't use the money for myself or to do anything bad. When my older sisters uh, had some visit at home, I would ask permission and take money from their wallets. I would then ask this money to buy sweet for children in need. I would take them sweet self. In any village is natural that there are people who live with and those who don't. When when I would see the child who had brought boiled belly to school for lunch, I couldn't eat my own better lunch of rice, so I would exchange my rice for this milk to feel closer to the children from poor families than to these from rich families. I wanted somehow to say to it that they didn't go hungry. This was the kind of game that I enjoyed. Last, well, most of all, I won. I was still, I was still, I was still, I was still a child, but I felt that I wanted to be a friend to anyone. In fact, I wanted to be more than just friends. I wanted to be a relationship where we could have our deepest hearts. One of my uncles was a really man. He family owned a melon patch near the middle of the village, and every summer, when the melons were ripe and grateful and sweet fragrance, the village children would beg him to let them eat some. My uncle though set up a tent on the road next to the melon patch and sat there keeping guard, refusing to share even a single melon. One day, I went to him and asked, Uncle, would it be all right if sometimes I were to go to your patch and eat all the melons I want? My uncle, swelling, answered, Sure, that would be fine. So I sent words to all the children that anyone wanting to eat melon should bring a boiler's bag and gathered in front of my house. At midnight, at midnight, I lead them to my uncle's melon patch and told them, I want all of you to pick a row of melon and don't worry about anything. The children shouted with joy and ran into the melon patch. It took only a few minutes for several rows of melons to be picked clean. That night, the hungry children of the village sat in the clover fields and ate melons until their stomach almost burst. The next day, there was big trouble. I went to my uncle's home and it was the pandemonium like behind the uh, had been hooked. You rascal! My uncle shouted at me. Was this your doing? What was this your doing? Are you the one who ruined my entire year's work of raising melons? No matter what he said, I was not going to back down. Uncle, I said, don't you remember? You told me I could eat all the melon I wanted. The village children wanted to eat melons, and their desire was my desire. Was it right for the give them the melons, or should I absolutely not have given them any? When he heard this, my uncle said, All right, you're right. That was the end of his anger. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Because of his uncle said that you can eat the melon you are wanted to eat. Then he invited his whole children of the village and ate plenty of melon. Amazing. Mm, okay, another topic. Another topic, guys. Our topic is promises that must never be broken. This one. Yeah, that one. Promises that must never be broken. During our matching and marriage ceremony, I asked the brides and groom to make promises to each other that does never be broken. First, a husband and wife must always trust and love each other. Second, they must not cause any pain to the heart of their partner. Third, they must educate their children and grandchildren to maintain sexual purity. Fourth, all members of their family must help and encourage each other so they become a true ideal family. Chastity before marriage and fidelity in marriage are of utmost importance. This is what people can live to their highest potential as human beings, creating and maintaining healthy families. Marriage is more than simple coming together of a man and woman. It is a precious ceremony and commitment to carry on God's work of creation. Marriage is the path by which a man and woman become as one, create new life, and establish true family, true love. Through marriage, a new future is created, societies are firm, nations are built. God's word of peace is realized with marriage families as the center. It is the family that God's kingdom of heaven is brought about. So husband and wives must be centers of peace. Not only must there be love between the husband and wife, but the couple must also be able to bring harmony to their extended families. It is not enough that the husband and wife live well together in love. All the relatives must love each other as well. I tell brides and grooms to have many children, to bear many children and raise them in God's blessing. It is unthinkable that human beings apply their own standard of judgment and arbitrarily, arbitrarily abort precious lives given to them by God. All life born in this world embodies God's will. All life is noble and precious, so it must be cared for and protected. Naturally, a husband and wives must maintain not mutual trust and nurture their love. The promise I emphasize the most to people preparing to, to marry is teach your children to maintain sexual purity. This is an obvious promise, but has become difficult to keep today. Society, the worse the world become, however, the more important is to strictly keep the promise of sexual purity. The perfection of human beings and peace in the world come about through the family. The purpose of religion is for everyone to become people of goodness. When can bring about the ideal world of peace, no matter how much politicians may put their heads together, they will not bring about peace. Uh, formidable military power will not bring peace. The starting point for bringing about peace in the family. When I when I arrived in America in 1971, the wind of promiscuous classics was blowing across the country. and the entire society was in the mindset of confusions. Young people who had received wonderful educations were being destroyed one by one. Sexual immorality was so bad that it was becoming the norm. Sexually transmitted disease were beginning to skyrocket. The seriousness of the problem was confounded by politicians, academics, and clergy. They know about this problem, but most of them ignore it. They tried to look away from the ugly reality because they themselves had never maintained sexual purity. People who are not sexual pure themselves cannot urge their children to be so. The disgradation, the degradation of sexual morality among adults destroyed families and leads to the ruin of children. Immorality and licentiousness is the personal lives of adults, ultimately destroy the lives of their children. The reason today society social does not have a level of happiness too much in this its level of material influence that families are made destroyed to save families adult. First live proper lives, then if it is possible to raise children in sexual purity. The mother is the fortress that protects the family to matter no matter how much society may change. The family is the healthy, peaceful only if the mother has the heart to sacrifice and serve. It is in such a family that beautiful children can grow. In educating our children, what the children see and learn in the family is most important. A crab that walks sideways cannot tell its offspring to walk straight ahead. The parents must show the good example. True children come from true families. Truth is always very simple. The most difficult aspect of family life is raising children properly. We give birth to them in love and raise them in love, but they don't necessarily grow up the way their parents desire. What's worse, today, materialistic culture is destroying innocent minds of young people. Young people should be growing up to become responsible adults. Capable extraordinary achievements are being lost to drugs. Drug-induced state makes people lose touch with their own spirit. Young people who have lost touch with their spirit eventually can only fall into crime and sexual immorality. During adolescence, children think everything should be centered only on themselves, and so there is the tendency to rebel against things the parents may say. If the parents does not respond with understanding. There is the possibility that the child may go to self-centered extreme. On the other hand, a child is adolescence can be deeply moved by anything that seems to be connected with his heart. Perhaps in the autumn day, the child where where seems to connect with his heart. Perhaps in the autumn day, the children will see a persimmon full from a tree that has lost of its leaf. The child cannot explain it, but somehow it connects with his heart and he will smile and experience happiness. This is a sign that God's original character is dwelling in his heart. But if adolescents involve themselves in sexual relationship, their perfections become concluded and their powers of judgment diminish. When an adolescent boy and girl meet and start talking with each other, they can feel flush and there may be a change in their heart rate, and their minds are not brought into harmony with God's standard in that family. They will surely be moved in the direction of self-centeredness. The lost demands with which to control their bodies. During adolescence, our souls open wide of the other of love in both and physical, spirit, and the mind and desire of bodies and the together with the acquired and love that comes smells that use rates with the acquired mouth of love. We start to love taste that we used to hate. We want to listen all night to the story of love. Story of love. We want to keep touching the person we love. Adolescents start to think they can be happy simply by entering into a love relationship. However, the door of love are designed by God and, and are too open only when the night is right. Children must understand that they need to wait for the right time. Parents must teach them things to their adolescents. Children very carefully love in the process by which we grow to resemble God despite what the world may tell us. It is not something to be enjoyed anytime we place. During adolescence, a child may want to try reality had to copy the activity in the trailing movie. People ask, what's wrong with that? It is wrong because responsible actions leads to destruction. When children near mature, acquired wisdom and knowledge, they can control their social and environmental experience, and truly free to do so, but not during adolescence. And why do we say, um, do not give a knife to a child? It is because the child would wave it around. The child mind might understand how to cut with a knife, but he cut without control. The child might even cut his mother's finger because children do not yet fully understand the consequences. We do not give them knives. The combination of parents not teaching their children the value of purity and children rebelling against their parents leads to broken families. Mm, Broken families. Okay, nawala na ako. Because of his society are being broken, because of this nation are being destroyed, because of this humanity is being destroyed. Arjun. Okay, another topic. This topic is all about to love is to give and forget. This one. To love is to get and forget. To love is to give and forget. The family is the only institutions created by God. It is the schools of love where people can learn how to love each other and live together in peace. And it is the training center where we practice how to build palace, palace of peace in the world. It is where we learn how to become a husband and wife who will live for the sake of our spouse, and how to become a husband and wife who will travel on the eternal path of love. The family is the base camp for world peace, and it must be such that the children will say, we will never seen out before and father fight. We come up against all sorts of things in life. Even the most loving couple can have times when they might bicker, when each other become angry and raise their voices. When the children come into the room, however, it all must stop immediately. No matter how angry a husband may be, he must relate to his spouse. In peace, when the children are present, the children must grow up thinking their family is filled with joy and their parents always love each other. Parents are like a second God to their children. If you ask your younger children, whom do you like better, God or mommy, God or mommy and daddy, then they say they like their mom and dad better. They then that means they also give God the most precious education takes place in the family. You won't find happiness and best is some other place. The family is the intended to be the kingdom of heaven. It would be better it, if a person possesses incredible wealth and fames of heaven possess the whole world. If all is not right with that person family, then he cannot be happy. The kingdom of heaven begins in the family. If a husband and wife are found together, it is true love and then build a family, ideal family, then will connect directly with the world. I saw something interesting when I was in the Danbury prison. We were using a bulldozer to level a slough and make a tennis court. When it rained, we would wait for it to stop and start up again when the sun comes out. This process of starting and stopping went on for months. We have a long stretch of rain from the period, and we couldn't work for 20 consecutive days. When the rain cleared and we went out to start to work again, we found that some birds of waterfowl had created a nest where there were some waters where it was a place not more than a few meters from where the prisoners walk, walked for exercise. At first, we, we didn't even realize the bird was there. Is camouflage was so perfect that the bird's feeders would easily be mistaken from the water weeds. Once the bird's leads is big, though we could see there was a bird in among the weeds. The bird was sitting on some egg that looked like pieces of black gravel. Once the chick hatched, the mother would go find some food, bring it back to the nest, and put in the beast of the chick. When the mother was returning to the nest with food, what, however, she never flew directly to the nest. She would land a little distance from the nest, and then walk the rest of the way. Each time she approached the nest from the different direction. This was the wisdom to make it more difficult for others to discover the location of the nest where the chicks were. The chicks ate the food their mothers brought them and grew larger. Sometimes when Prisoners would walk near the nest. The mother would fly out and chase him away with her sharp beak. She was afraid and prisoners might harm his cheeks. The water birds understand the true love of parents. True love is willing to give up its own life, and there is no calculation there. Calculation there. The heart of the bird that was willingly to sacrifice its life, if necessary, to protect of offspring, was true love. Parents to go the path of love, no matter how difficult it become a parent is prepared, if needed, to bury this life for the sake of love, and this is the love life, true love. The essence of love is to cast aside any thought of having other others live for another oneself. It is to live for the sake of others and give for the whole. Love gives but then forget even the fact that it has given and continues to give without ceasing. This is a love that gives is joy. It is the heart that the mother feels when she takes her infant in this arm and let the feed from her breast. Parents will suffer for their children until it seems their bones and going to melt again. Yet they never feel that the work is difficult. That is how much they love their children. True love begins with God and comes to us from God. So, when the parents say to their married children, when you like each other, it is because of the grace of your parents. The children must be able to respond, if you had not found such a spouse for me, I don't know that I would have done. The family is the bundle of love. When we go to the kingdom of heaven and unpack that bundle, a wonderful father and mother will jump out. Beautiful children will jump out. A benevolent grandfather and grandmother will jump out. This is the bundle of love. The family is the place where God's ideal is realized and the place where we can see the completion of God's work. God's will is to bring about the world in which love made real, and the family is the place where God's love overflows. We only need to bear the word family for us to begin smiling. This is because the family is the overflowing with true love that true lives for the sake of all members. True love gives life, then forget them the fact that it gives and then give again. The love that has parents giving living for their children and grandparents for the grandchildren, it's true love. The love that let person gave up his and her life for the country is true love. Yes, Aju. Uh, Another topic: a peaceful family is the building block of heaven. This one, a peaceful family. Yeah, that one. So another topic, another topic tayo. Okay, another topic. A peaceful family is the building rock of heaven. Many Western people will truly lonely lives. Their children leave home once they turn 18. Yeah, especially in America. One of the example also. When they turn 18, then they leave their home. And the parents may only get to see their faces at Thanksgiving or Christmas. Many children never visit their parents just to find out how they are doing. Once people marry, they live with their spouse, independent from their family, until their parents become so old they can no longer take care of themselves. At that point, they move their parents into a nursing home. Yeah, it's true. So it is understandable that some Westerners invaded the cultures of the East. Many elderly people in the West think in the East the grandparents lived in the family as the senior children of the family. And it is really wonderful. The children respect their old parents. This is how people are supposed to live. What good it is to be laying in a nursing home, not able to see my children, not even knowing what day it is, just staying alive, just staying alive. Unfortunately, though, the Eastern family structures is also gradually deteriorating. We too are abandoning tradition that have been bounded, handed to us in thousands of years. Okay, continue. Abandoning thousands of years. We have thrown away and tradition clothing, our food, and found our family structures. The number of senior citizens living alone in Korea is the rise each time I see stories in the new of senior citizens alone. It is makes me sad. The family is where generations live together. If family members are scattered and the parents are left alone, then that is no longer a family. The extended family system is a beautiful Korean tradition. I recommend that three generations live together as one family. This is not simply because it is a way of maintaining our country tradition. When a husband and wife have a children, they pass on all they can to do that child. This is a limit, however, to how much the parent can pass on. The parents represent and the children the future. The grandparents represent the past. So it is only when the grandparents and children live together that the children can inherit all the future, the past, and presence to love and respect your grandfather. It is to inherit the this history of the past and to learn from the world of the past. The children learn precious wisdom from their parents and how to live in the present, while the parents prepare for the future and loving their children. The grandparents are in the position to represent God. No matter how intelligent a young man may be, he cannot know all of the secret of this big world. Young people cannot know all the different secrets. If light that can come to us as we grow older, this is the reason the grandfather father represent that the history of the family. The grandfather is the precious teachers who passes on the grandchildren all the wisdom he has acquired through the experience he has accumulated during the course of his life. The world's oldest grandfather is God, so a life of receiving the grandfather's love and of living for the sake of the grandfather is a life of coming to understand God's love and living for his sake. We need to maintain such a tradition in order to open the secret storehouse of God's kingdom and receive his treasure of love. Any country that ignores its old people abandons its national character and ignores its roots. When autumn comes, the chestnut tree gradually loses its moisture and its leaves begin to fall. The outer shell of, of the chestnuts falls off, and even the inner sheath that surrounds the nuts dries up. This is the cycle of life. Human beings are the same way. We are born as infants, grew up in the love of our parents, meet in a wonderful partner, and get married. All this, of course, is the chess chain of this made up of love. And the end, we become like chestnuts drying up in the autumn. Old people are not in the secret category of people we all become old. We must not treat old people disrespectfully, no matter how senile they may become. There is a saying, anything can be accomplished when there is harmony in the home. When there is peace in the family, everything goes well. The peaceful family is the building block of the kingdom of heaven. The family operates in the power of love. If we love the universe as we love our families, then there is nothing to stop us from going anywhere we want. God exists in the center of love as the parents of entire universe. That is why the love is the family need to link directly to love to God. When the family is complete in love, the universe will be completed. Aju. Amazing. Amazing topic. Okay, another topic. We are in another topic. Design. This one. Then another topic of 10 years of tears melt a father-in-law's heart. This one. Father's-in-law's heart. 10 years. Yeah. Okay, let me say that one. Okay, let's continue. 10 years of tears melt a father-in-law's heart. Not long ago, the Korean media career, a story about a Japanese woman living in Milyang, Korea, who received as award to heart filial service to her family. The article said the woman that comes to Korea as the knife of Korean men who have now have through the introduction by a centered religious group and married her despite opposition from his family. The Japanese wife had cared for the Korean mother-in-law who had difficulty moving around. At her age, father-in-law were great devotion. The people in the community then recommended to her to recognize for his filial action. The article said the mother-in-law was paralyzed from the waist down and classified by the Korean public health authorities as being in the second highest level of physical handicap. From the first day of his marriage, the daughter-in-law carried her mother-in-law and her back to different hospitals so she could be treated because she spent so much time devoting themselves to parents-in-law. She really had time to visit their own family in Japan. When she heard that she was going to awarded for her actions, she prostrate, prostrated, protested, saying she was merely doing what was right. This Japanese daughter-in-law in the news is Kazuko Yashima. She came to Korea through the international and intercultural marriage of our church. This is these are marriages where men and women are much across religious, national or racial differences. There are many young when the Korea's mm, rural areas who cannot find brides. The brides who come to Korea on this international and intercultural marriage to do so unconditionally. They are for their age parents-in-law, inspired their husband to have strength and hope and bear or raise children. They go to live in the rural communities that Koreans have left behind because it is so difficult to live there. What a wonderful, the precious things they are doing. These programs has been going on for more than 30 years. Thousands of women from other countries have settled in Korea through such international and intercultural marriage. In rural Korean communities, where the young people have left for the cities and the sounds of babies' cry has not been heard for a long time, the old people are overjoyed to see the birth of babies to these couples, and they treat the babies of these were their own grandchildren. Is one elementary school in Chongcheon, Chong, Chongcheon, Chongcheon province. More than half the 80 students are children of the international and intercultural marriage arranged by our church. The school's principals has said the schools were had to close of the student body declines any further, and so pray daily that our church member will not move away from the community in Korea today. Some 20,000 children of international and inter-Korea marriage are enrolled in elementary schools around the country. Everywhere round the anniversary of Korea's independence from Japan, television news programs carries out about some very special Japanese who stand before the camera and apologize from actions. Their countries in Korea during the period of occupation. They themselves did not commit those crimes, but they apologize for actions. For their ancestors, most of these people are members of our church who have torn down the walls of separating nations by means of international and intercultural intercultural marriage. Because of their actions, the walls in the heart of Koreans who think of Japanese as our enemies are increasingly crumbling. In 1988, this is my uh, birth year. In 1988, a young and well-educated man who had joined our church wanted to get married and sought to be matched. He was matched with a Japanese woman. The father of this young man reacted very negatively to that much. Of all the women in the world, you have to marry Japanese, he asked. During the Japanese occupation, the father had been one of the Koreans conscripted into forced labor and taken on a coal mine in awaits prefectures to northeastern northeastern Japan. The rest then the rest his life to escape and mine the walk for over the of uh, mount the rest walk for over the month of to month to Shimonoseki Shim- Shimonoseki Shimonoseki, where he was able to board a tooth back to Earth. He harbored a tremendous hatred for Japan, or, vel- or hearing the news of his son's march in Japanese women, the truth that disowned him. You betray the family, he said. I will have your name taken off the family's register. No woman from the enemy countries will never set foot in the house. So take her and go away. She's, she is not right for you. So I don't care wherever you go or wherever you die. The father was adamant. The young man, however, went ahead and did what he felt was right. He married the Japanese woman and took his bride to his hometown in Nagan, Korea. The father would not even open the front gate for them. Sometimes Little reluctantly accepted their marriage, but his persecution of his daughter-in-law continued. continued. Every time she seems to have difficulty with something he would say, that's mainly compared with what your people did to me. You would have expected them much when you decided marriage into our family. You, every, every time their relatives would gather in major holidays, the father-in-law would have sit near him, and he would be tell her to the things that were done to him in the inward cool. Each time, and daughter-in-law would respond by saying, "Father, I apologize to you on behalf of Japan. I am sorry." That would shed tears and ask for his forgiveness. For as long as the would vent him anger to her, she would listen to him tell the same stories over anger to her. She would listen to him tell the same stories over until it was finished, and she would continue to apologize. This went on for about 10 years, and then it stopped. Relatives noticed that this good attitude towards the daughter-in-law had become much warmer and that the even seems to be like her. So they asked him, "Why do you behaving so kind towards your daughter-in-law? She's Japanese woman. Don't don't you still hate her?" "I don't hate her anymore," he said. "All the hatred that had accumulated in my heart has gone away. I never really hate her." He added, "I was just venting on her all the hatred that was in me for having been constricted to work in the mine. Because of her, here, the hatred has all disappeared from now on. All going to kind to her because she's my real daughter-in-law." The daughter-in-law paid for the sins of the Japanese. This is an example of path of redemptions that will lead humankind into a world of peace. Arjun, Arjun. Okay. Another topic. Mm, Another topic. Uh, the true meaning of marriage. After this, mm, we uh, need to rest. Yeah, a little bit. So this one. Yeah. The true meaning of marriage. It is good topic. Okay, let's start. International and intercultural marriage are the quickest way to bring about an ideal world of peace. Things that would take seemingly forever can be accomplished like miracles through this type of marriage in just 2 or 3 generations. People should marry across national and cultural boundaries with people from countries then considered to their enemies so that the world of peace can come that much more quickly. A person may hate people from a certain country or culture, culture and think he never wants to set eyes on them, but if you someone from the country become his spouse, then the person is halfway to becoming a person of the new country. All the hatred melts away. If this is repeated for 2 or 3 generations, the roots of hatred can be eliminated. That's true. White and black people will marry each other. Japanese will marry Koreans, and the people from Africa, many million, are entering into such international and intercultural marriage. A completely new lineage is being created as a result. A new kind of human beings who transcend white, black, and yellow. This is being born. I am not just referring to marriage across international boundaries. The same is true from marrying people from other religions or dem- denomination. In fact, marriage between people or different religions are even more difficult than international marriage. Even if two religions groups have been fighting each other for centuries, it is possible to bring harmony between them by having their followers marry each other. In such a marriage, one spouse will not close himself off from the other just because he or she was really raised in a different tradition. It is most important to teach young people about sanctify. Sanctity is not sanctify, sanctity and value of marriage. Korea today has one of the lowest birth rate in the world. Not to have children is dangerous. There is no future for a country that has no descendants. I teach young people that they should remain sexually pure during their youth, receive the marriage blessing, and then have last three children. Children are blessings given to us by God. When we bear children and raise them, we are raising citizens of the kingdom of heaven. That is why it is a great sin to live immorally and to abort babies conceived in this lifestyle. We marry not for ourselves, but for the sake of our partners. When looking for a spouse, it is wrong to look only for a beautiful person or for a person living well. Human beings must live for the sake of each other. We should apply this principle to marriage too. No matter how uneducated or homely your prospective spouse may be, you should marry with a heart that you will love him or her even more than if the spouse were educated and beautiful. God's love is the most precious of blessings. In marriage, we receive that blessing of love and put it into practice in our own lives. We must understand the precious meaning of marriage. Conduct our lives in the marriage is the contest of true love and bring about true families. From this perspective, world peace is not such a huge undertaking. It starts with peaceful families that create peaceful societies and eliminate conflicts among countries. This will lead to world peace. This example shown the importance of families that are intact and the immense responsibility such families must bear. The thinking that says it's enough that I live well and that my family lives well, it's completely alien to me. Marriage is not something that involves just the bride and groom. Marriage creates a relationship between two families, and it brings reconciliation between clans and countries. Each accepts the other's different cultures and overcomes the resentment and hatred built up through history. When a Korean and Japanese marry, it is contribute to reconciliation between the two countries. When a white person and black person marry, it contribute to reconciliation between two races. The children of such marriage represent harmony because they inherit the lineage of two races. They represent a new beginning for humanity that transcends the races. When this continues for a few generations, division and hostility among nations, races, and religions will disappear, and humankind will become one family living in a world of peace. In recent years, more and more Koreans are more marrying foreigners, and we see more families where people from different nationalities and religions. Koreans have even coined a phrase for it that means multicultural multicultural families. It is not easy for a man and a woman who have been raised in different cultures to create a family and live with love for each other. Particularly in Korea, which traditionally has had the homogeneous cultures. The partners in such marriage need to take extra effort to understand and care for each other. The reason our members who enter in international and intercultural marriage succeed, it's because they live together centering on God. Various various social welfare groups in Korea try to encourage the success of multicultural families by offering programs that teach Korean's language and culture. Such efforts will be useless, however, unless our concept of marriage change. But whoever thinks, why did I marry this man? If I had not married this man, I would have had a better life, is setting the tune for a marriage that will be healed. Coming to a correct understanding of marriage is more important than learning Korean language and culture. Marriage is not a simple matter of a man and a woman of marriageable age coming together and combining their two lives. Marriage is something built on the basis of sacrifice. The man must live for the sake of the woman, and the woman for the sake of the man. As you continue to live for the sake of your spouse, your selfish mind disappears completely. The heart that seeks to sacrifice this way is the heart of love. Love is not a man and a woman. meeting each other and having a good time. Love is of freeing up your life. If you marry, you must do so on the basis of your determination that your life is for your spouse. Aju. So it's a great topic, guys. So hopefully you can learn more and very clear for this topic. How important is the marriage of this, why we need to marry, especially actually for now, marry a foreigner or marriage each other. Actually, we are contributing like how to become united our nation, united the world, uh, unite everyone, everybody. So great. Our topic for next is true family. True love is found in a true families. Actually, yes, there are two amazing, uh, four, two, four. One, two, three, four. Wait lang, guys. Santo yata. Okay, let's continue reading. Another topic. True love is found in the families. This one. True love is found in the families. Say that in this. Okay, let's read again. This is the history of my. Uh, so that if I play this one, then I remember what I read before. So no matter how much okay, true family, true love is found in a true family. No matter how much a man and a woman may love each other, a complete and healthy family must have parents who act in a protective shields around the home. And there must be at least one child for the parents to love. When the family is protected, it becomes a nesting place for happiness. Even a person with great success in social society will have an happy family is their protections collapses. The basis of love is the heart that sacrifices everything for the sake of the other. The reason parental love is true love is that parents are willing to give everything to their children. The and when they have given everything, they want to give even more. Parents who love their children do not even remember what they have given to. No parents won't keep track of all the shoes and clothes she bought for their child and say, "This is how much I spent on you." Instead, parents gave him everything he has and say, "I wish I could do more for you than I have, and I'm sorry that I cannot. As a child, when would follow my father around as he tended his vehicles that I saw the bees behave when the bee flying around in garden caused the fragrance of the flower. It would fly till his face and legs on the flower. It would um, then stick its nose deep into the flower. So that is where and was when. Afterward, while in it would not let go of the flower, it pressed its like to keep in hold on the flower. The loving of parents cultivating in the family is like the honeybee attached to the flower. Even if the parent should lose his own life, he will never let go of the bond of love that ties him to his child. Parents will lay down their lives for the sake of the child and then later forget they had done so. This is the true love of parents. No matter how far or dangerous the path may be, the parents will gladly travel it. Parental love is the greatest love in the world. A person can live in the wonderful house and eat exotic foods for the mountains and the oceans, but if he had no parents, there will be a large void in his heart. A person who has grown up without receiving parental love has loneliness and emptiness is his heart that cannot be filled with everything life. The family is the place where we receive true love and learn true love. Children who do not receive true love when they are young live their entire lives hungering for love and suffer emotional pain. Not only that, they they don't have the opportunity to learn lovely moral duties that must fulfill for the family and societies. True love is a value that cannot be learned any place other than in the family. The family is the place where a husband and wife can each love another and live for the sake of other, as if the spouse were his or her mother, father, or sibling is the place where the husband loves his wife and love God, and wife respect his husband as the respect for we cannot forsake our siblings, no matter the difficult we may face, neither can we forsake our mother, so the term divorce cannot even exist. The husband is the place of the mother, father, in order for brother to the wife, just as a wife could never forsake her father and other brother. she can never forsake her husband. In the same way, a husband could never forsake his wife. The true family is the place where each spouse lives with the acknowledgement of the absolute value of the partner. It doesn't matter if the husband and wife comes from the different races or cultures. If they had formed a family after having received God's love, then there can be no conflict of cultures among the children born into this family. These children will love um hello, make a shout out. Jerry Tube, welcome to my you are visiting again. I take home. Thank you. So I'm just reading book. Mm, Thank you so much. Thank you so much for visiting. Mm, Kumusta bro? Kumusta ang pamumuhay natin? So, thank you bro. Mm, Oras dito, alas 3 na. Mm, Okay lang naman. Continue pa rin. Ngayon lang din ako ulit nag-LS kasi papagod din minsan. So, nagbasa ako ng hmm, anong oras dyan, bro? Hapon, mga ayos. Mag alas 2 na sa hapon. Hmm, mga isang araw din pala, no? Saan? Hmm, alas 3 dito. Nung madaling araw na eh. Kaya, nagbasa ako ng about sa ito. True love is found in the true family. Yan bro. Yan. So, yan yung topic ko. Uh, yan siya eh. Kasi at least if review ko to na panoorin ko ulit o makinig lang. So, marinig ko ulit yung mga binasa ko. Hindi to love story bro. Ano to siya? History to sa global na kay Reverend Moon. So, hindi siya history siya paano sa family makikita yung totoong pagmamahal. So, true love na maano natin. Family is the school of love from the beginning. Baga yun yung topic. Sila maganda din siya basahin. Kasi makakuha ng aral about sa family. So, gaano ka-importante. Kasi walang masyadong walang masyadong magawa eh. Kaya nagbantay din ako dito. Kaya nagbasa na lang ako para pag panoorin ko ulit 'to, ma-remind ako ulit sa mga binabasa ko. Hmm. Anong anong gawa mo diyan ngayon, bro? Ito, bro, babasahin ko ulit. This is continuation pero makinig ka, maganda din 'tong topic na 'to, eh. The family is the school where love for humanity is taught and learned. When children who are raised in the warm love of their parents go out into the world, they will care for people in difficulty in the manner they learn in their home. People raised in loving relationship with their own brothers and sisters will go into society and share their caring hearts with their neighbors. People raised in love will look upon each person they meet in the world and a member of their own family. The starting point towards to a true family is the heart of love that treats strangers as family and shared with them. Another reason the family is important is that it expands to become the world. A true family is the basis for former a true okay about relationship. Yes. Yes, bro, about relationship. Hmm. Mukhang malalim yan na pang politics ba? Sige, makinig ako about relationship. Yeah, bro. Sige, bro. Thank you, bro. Another reason for family is important is that it expands to become the world. A true family is the basis for forming uh, true societies. Hey, shout out, Janet TV. Thank you so much from Finland. Yeah, welcome to my LS, Janet. Thank you so much. I will give you jacket. Yeah. Welcome here. Anong oras ka uwi? Hi, Janet, mega shoutout. Hi, Janet, mega shoutout. Sabi ni Jerry Chub, watching from Finland, Janet TV. Daan lang saglit. Okay, okay lang, Janet. Thank you so much sa pagdaan. Actually, dito na ako nakatira, bro, kaya no need na umuwi ako. 9 p.m. dito, host. Wow, 9 p.m. Dito is 3 a.m. sa Pinas. 3:07 sa Pinas. Gabi na pala dyan. Gabi na pala dyan sa Finland. Janet TV. Thank you so much, Madam Janet, for visiting. Diyan ka din nakatira. Oo, dito ako nakatira. Meron kaming brother's room. So, ano lang. Kasi kasi to. Malaking din. Bali, headquarters ng organization. So, kaya Share ko sa community ko, LS mo ha. Sige po. Thank you so much. Thank you para ano, baka gusto nilang makabisit din. Thank you so much, Janet TV, sa pag-share. Ako din, Janet TV. Okay, si ano din daw. Share mo. Si Sir Jerry Tube. Late, late kilometer, 6 hours dyan. Late KM. Bisitahin mo kubo ko, Janet. Bisitahin mo kubo ko, Janet. Balikan kita. Thank you po. Magunahan na lang kayo. Kayo lang yata, dalawa dyan nag-ano. Pero brother Jerry, di ka pa nag-LS, di ba? Ano ka na? May trending videos ka ba? No? Brother Jerry, kagabi nag-LS ako 2 oras. Kagabi. So, kagabi kasi nakatulog din ako eh. Hindi ko na ano. Stipot mo na dito, boss. Thank you so much, Jerry. Kagabi lang LS 2. Wala akong trending video. So, kailangan talaga natin mag-LS. Na-share ko na sa YT community ko. Sige, thank you so much. Thank you, Janet TV. So, tingnan ko yung ano mo, Janet. Ano ka na pa rin pala? Nag-LS ka din? Friday. Anong oras yung LS mo, Madam Janet? At least ano din, baka bisita din kita. Dikit ka na din sa akin, host. Thank you so much. Siguro balikan kita, Madam Janet, sa ninja ko kasi pinalo pa ako ni Lolo eh. Hindi pa ako na makadikit kasi yung mga dinikitan ko dati hindi nakabalik eh. Pero okay lang kasi ibabalik ko na lang ng mga ninja ko. Hello Janet, dikit na pala tayo. Dikit na pala kayo. Hi host Arlene Faraon. Welcome Arlene Faraon. Thank you so much sa pagbisita. Welcome. Hello. Shout out sa'yo. Bigyan kita ng jacket. Wait. Thank you so much, Arlene Paraon. Welcome to my LS. Beso from Madrid. From Madrid. So, salamat. Ba't wala akong jacket? Wait. Okay. Meron na pala. Salamat. Thank you so much, Arlene, for visiting my LS. Actually, medyo pa kasi kanina. Kaya nagbasa na lang din ako. Thank you. Hmm, sige magdikitan na lang kayo diyaan. Kayo-kayo lang naman. Working ako now, host. Oh, anong work mo, Arlene? Anong work mo ngayon? Anong work mo diyan sa Madrid? Wow, thank you so much sa pag-BG. BG lang ako. Thank you. So, unahan niyo na lang si ano, Arlene. Ah, nandyan si ano, Jerry Chug at saka si ano, Janet TV. Ah, kasi ano, may PM, 11 PM Friday Pinas. 12 midnight Friday and weekdays no regular time. Ah, okay. So, dito lang ako to support you. Thank you so much, Charlene. Sa mga nandito po, punta lang kayo sa bahay ko. Balikan ko kayo after work. Okay, sige, sige. Puntahan niyo na lang si ano, Arlene. Kasi balikan, mag-iwan na kayo ng bakas. Sige, Jerry Chug, puntahan niyo na lang si ano, Arlene. Balikan lang din kayo niyan. So, siguro mamaya may mga ninja din ako. Lista ko lang yung mga ano ninyo para madikitan ko rin kayo sa ninja. Ninja ko. Thank you so much sa pagbisita. Good morning sa lahat. Hi Arlene, dikit na po pala tayo. Dikit na pala kayo. Mhm. Sige, sige. Thank you, thank you. Taga saan po kayo? Arlene. Arlene Poraon. Poraon. Oh, malapit ka na mag-grade 5, Arlene. So, sige, dagdagan kita ng 2 mamaya, Arlene. Kasi ano, meron akong 2 ninja. Hmm. Thank you. Thank you so much, Janet TV. Thank you, thank you. Mag-ano na lang kayo dyan. Decay-chan. Arlen Paraon, BG lang host. Thank you so much. So habang nag-BG, kung walang pumasok, continuous ko yung ano. Nag-reading kasi ako ng ano, about sa true love is found in the true families. Book O from Reverend Sun Myung Moon from Korea. This one. Yan. So, actually nakadikal. Ang dami ko nang binasa kanina. BG lang. Thank you so much. Janet TV and Jerry Tube for staying. Thank you. So, mag-reading na lang ako ha. Para ano, malay nyo may makuha din kayo na ano, aral dito. It's all about ano, Uh, thank you. True family is found in true love is found in true family. So nandito na ako sa gitna banda eh. Um, Another reason for the family is important is that it expands to become the world. The true family is the basis for forming a true society, true nation, and true world. It is the starting point of world of peace, that is God's kingdom. Parents will work for their children until their bones melt away. They are not working just to feed their own children. However, a person whose heart overflows with love is capable of working for the sake of others and God. The family is where we receive so much love that is overflows from our hearts. The family protects its members in each embrace, but its function is not to prevent love from getting out. In fact, the love in the family should overflow into the surroundings common community no matter thank you no matter how much love may overflow. The love in the family where never run dry. This is because it is received from God. That love we receive from God is such that we can continue to dig it out from never see the bottom. In fact, the more we dig, the more love swells up like pure spring water. Anyone who has been raised in this love can true leads a true life. Yeah, that's the end. That's the end of Opo kuya. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wala ng pula. Hmm. Anong walang pula? Anong walang pula? Arlen Paraon. Dagdagan kita mamaya. Arlen Paraon ha. Thank you so much for your visiting. Ito. So, another topic tayo. Leaving behind a legacy of love. This one. Kasi wala tayong ano. Pero i-play ko kayo mamaya pag matulog ako. Napindot ko na ang pusong pula. Arlene, dikit na po tayo. Ah, hmm, Arlene Paraon. So, napindot na daw ni Cherry Tube. Sige, gusto ko yan. Sige. Thank you so much. Ano 'to siya, Leaving Behind a Legacy of Love. Malay mo may mapulot ka rin dito. Leaving behind a legacy of love. True life is a life in which we abandon our private desires and live for the public good. Maganda ang topic na legacy. Yes, maganda talaga to siya. Leaving behind a legacy of love. So, this is a truth taught by all major religious leaders, past and present, Eastern and Western, whether it be Jesus, Buddha, or the Prophet Muhammad. It is the truth that is so widely known that sadly it seems to have become devalued. Yet, the passage of time and change and the world cannot diminish the value of this truth. This is because the essence of human life never changed, even in the times of rapid change all around the world. The teachers were whom we have to the closest relationship in our hearts. Our heart is more precious to us than our closest friends, and even more precious than our parents. So, as we live our lives, we need periodically to ask our hearts, am I living a good life now? Anyone can hear his heart speaking to him. If he comes to the realization that his heart is his master, he polishes his heart and maintain a close relationship with his heart throughout the life. If a person hears the sounds of his heart cheerfully sobbing, then he needs to stop immediately whatever he is doing. Anything that makes the heart suffer will ruin him. Anything that makes the ear sad will eventually make the person pour into sadness. For a person to polish his heart to the point that it becomes as clear as crystal, he absolutely must spend time in direct conversations with his heart in an environment where he is away from the world and alone with his heart. It will be a time in the tense loneliness. The moment we become close to our heart is the time of prayer and meditation. I repeat, um, the moment we become close to our heart is the time of prayer and meditation. It is a time when we can take ownership over our hearts, when we isolate ourselves from the noise around us and allow our thoughts to settle. We can see into the deepest part of our hearts. It will take a lot of time and efforts go to all the way down to where the heart has settled and will not happen in a day. Just a love is not for our own sake. Okay, I repeat, just as love is not for our own sake, so happiness and peace are not for ourselves. Just as love can never exist without a partner, happiness and peace cannot exist without a partner. All this can exist only in the context of a relationship with a partner. Nothing can be accomplished if we live alone. We cannot be happy alone or speak of this alone, since a partner is what enables us to have happiness and peace. The partner is more important than we are. Think about a mother carrying a baby on her back, sitting at the entrance to the subway in Seoul, selling homemade snacks to the people passing by. To be at that spot in the time for the morning rush hour, she will have spent the whole night preparing the snacks and then put her precious child on her box to come to the stations. People passing by might say, "Oh, you could get along well if only you didn't have the child to care for." But it is for the sake of the child that the mother lives her life. Thank you so much for staying, Arlene from Jerry Tube and Janet TV. Thank you, thank you. Today, people can expect to live about 80 years, 80 years of joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and all the other emotion mixed together may seem like long time, but it will take away. Thank you, bro. The private time a person spends sleeping, working, and eating, and then the time we spend talking, laugh, laughing, and having fun with family members and friends, attending weddings and funerals, and laying sick in bed. Only about 7 years will remain. A person may live 8 years, but spend only about 7 years living for the public good. Yeah, uh, the same what I did now. I am living in the public good for 7 years. This is, yeah, I can relate. Life is like a rubber band. Again, life is like a rubber band. The same 7 years giving two different people can be spent either 7 years or a 70 times by itself is empty. We need to put things in it. The same the true about a person's life. Everyone wants to live his life with a comfortable place to sleep and good things to eat. Eating and sleeping, however, are simply ways of letting time slip by. The moment that a person has lived out his life and his body is laid to rest in the ground, all wealth and glory become nothing more than a bubble and disappear of once at once. Only the 7 years that he lived for the public good will remain and be remembered by prosperity. Those 7 years are all that is left in the world of a life that lasted 80 years. Yeah, amazing. We do not come into this world or depart from it of our own accord. We have no ability to make choices with regards to our fate. We are born, though we need not choose to be born. We live, though we did not choose to believe. We die, though we do not choose to die. We have no authority over this aspect of our lives. So, how can we boast that we are somehow better than others? We cannot be born by our own wish, possess things that will forever be our own, or avoid death. So, any boasting on our parts would only be pathetic. Even if we rise to a position higher than others, the honor is only temporary. Even if we gather more possession than others, we must leave them all behind at the gates of death. Money, honor, and knowledge all flows away from us in the time, and all disappears with the passing years. No matter how noble and great a person might be, it is nothing more than a peaceable life that will end the moment he loses hold in his lifeline. Human beings have always struggled to understand who we are and why we live. I repeat, human beings have always struggled to understand who we are and why we live. We must realize that just as we were not born of our own accord, we are not meant to live our lives for our own sake. So, the answer to the question of how we should live our lives in a simple, we were born of love. We must, we must live by traveling the path of love. Our lives were created by receiving the boundless love of our parents. So, uh, we must live our entire lives repaying that love. In the course of our lives, this is the only value we can choose on our own. The success or failure of our lives depends on how much love we can pack into those 80 years that are given to us. As a some point, everyone will shed his physical body like old clothing and die. In Korean, to return is a common expression for dying. To return means to go back to where we came from. That is, to go back to our fundamental roots. Everything in the universe moves in cycles. The white snow that collects on the mountain will melt and flow down the slopes, first forming streams and then a river, and eventually go into the oceans. The water that flows into the ocean will absorb heat of the sun rays. Yeah, I repeat, I repeat this one. First, streaming, and then a river, and eventually go into the ocean. The water that flows into the ocean will absorb the sun heat, the heat of the sun's rays. Excuse me. Because vapor, water vapor go back into the sky. That's right. Yeah. Water vapor go back into the sky and prepare to become either snowflakes or drops of rain to return to our original place. In this way, it is what we call death. Then, where, where do we human beings return to when we die? Body and heart come together to bring about human life. The death is the act of shedding the body. So we go to the place from where the heart came. came. We cannot talk about life without also talking about death. Yeah, sure. We must accurately understand what death is, even if we do so only to understand the purpose of life. The type of life that has true value can be understood only by the person who finds himself in a difficult situation. When death appears imminent and he cries out to heaven in desperation, pleading to be allowed to live even just once more day. If our days are as precious as these, how should we live then? What are the things we must accomplish before we cross over the boundary line of death? The most important is not to commit sin. To lead, the most important is not to commit sin. To lead a life that is without shadows, there is much religious and physio- uh, physio- philosoph- philosophical debate over what constitutes sins. But what is clear in what we should not engage in act that prick out conscience. When we do things that give us guilty conscience, it always live in the shadow in our heart. The next most important things is to resolve to do significantly more work than over have done. All over our lives are limited, whether that limit is 60 years, 70 years, or some other time period, depending on how we use that time. We can lead a life that is 2 or 3 times more abundant mm, than others. If you cannot cut your time into segments and then leave out segments in the meaningful way, your life will be truly precious. Live with an attitude of devotion and diligence, telling yourself, for example, that you never plant three trees, three trees in the time it takes other to plant one. Do not live for yourself. You must live not for yourself but for others, for your neighbors, more than for your family, for the world, more than for your own country. All sin in the world comes about when the individual is put first. Individual desire and ambition have a person's neighborhood, neighbors, and ruins the societies in large. Everything in the world will eventually pass. The parents will love, the husband or wives will love, and the children will love will all pass away. All that we face at the end of our lives is that when a person dies, only his legacy remains. I repeat, when a person dies, only his legacy remains. Please consider for a moment what you can do to show that you live in life of value. The possessions and social possessions you have accumulated during your life will pass away from you. Once you cross the river of death, such things will have no meaning because we were born in the love, in the live our lives in love. Love is also the only thing that remains with us when we are in our graves. We receive our life in love, live with the sharing love, and returns into the mindset of love. It is the important that we live in a way that we can leave a legacy of love behind us. That's all. Thank you. So yeah, please one if you are still there. Yeah, yeah. Actually, this is a living behind a legacy of love. So actually, meron akong realization dito about sa living um, behind a legacy of love. So actually, I believe that uh, pinanganak tayo dito sa mm, physical world, like three stages. Mm, we have three stages sa life natin. So first is nabubuhay tayo sa one sa mother natin. So which is nabubuhay tayo sa water. So within 9 months, so nabubuhay tayo. Then second is nabubuhay tayo sa air. So that's a second stage. So actually in sa 9 months natin sa 9 months natin sa womb sa mothers natin. So kumbaga nandun dinevelop yung preparation natin para sa preparation para sa ah, physical world na ano, hmm, mabubuhay tayo sa air. So kaya na-develop yung natin, yung nose natin na time will come we can breathe, we can na-develop yung heart natin. So yung na preparation yun, bakit na-develop yung natin, yung nose natin, lahat-lahat. Preparation para sa next life natin na ipanganak tayo na mabuhay tayo sa earth. So yun. So then another, so So, within 9 months yan siya. Within 9 months na nabuhay tayo sa ano. Kaya pero within 9 months na-develop lahat ng mga ano natin, kailangan dito sa physical world pagka nakalabas na tayo kaya nandito tayo, kumpleto yung ano natin, lahat, physical body. So, anong mga kailangan natin hmm, dito sa, labas, pagkalabas natin sa womb ng mother natin. So, then again, preparation din 'yan sa ano yung preparation, another preparation natin dito sa ano, sa physical world. So, andun yung pangatlong stage na. So, second stage yung ano, nabuhay tayo dito sa physical world ng air, na makahinga tayo. So, next is yung mamatay tayo, 'di ba? So, ano yung kailangan? Yung tanong, ano yung kailangan na i-develop natin para mabuhay tayo sa, ah, tinatawag na yun na spirit world. So, magiging spirit tayo. So, ang kailangan lang pala doon, if I realize this one, is yung heart natin. I-develop yung love natin. Kaya I realize na ano, na-develop. Na-develop yung kailangan i-develop yung heart natin. Kaya kailangan mag-undergo tayo ng ano, kaya isang tao kailangan mag-family talaga. Magkaroon ng family para dun sa family, mag-iwan ng welcome. Mag-iwan ng mabuting gagawin sa mundo. So, oo, totoo yun. Pero ano, yung ano talaga natin, develop yung heart natin na yung love natin na not on not only for our own sake, our own desire, but may aral ang topic ng host. Oo, actually ito, ano kasi siya, parang sa ano natin, sa life natin, ah, parang kailangan natin i-develop yung heart natin, yung love natin. Kaya sa family dun ma-develop yung heart natin na, like galing sa parent love, siblings love para sa mga kapatid, spouses love para sa spouse natin, then the same time, children's love yan para sa magulang natin. So, apat din yan siya. Kaya kung ma-experience mo yan siya, parang yun yung ano na, just ma-train yung heart mo, preparation na the same. Yun yung ano yun yung in-emphasize ni God, na si God talaga yung ano natin, parent, pinaka-parent yung ano natin. Kasi from the beginning, yun talaga ang ano. So, that's why meron tayong purpose talaga bakit nandito tayo sa ano, pinanganak tayo. So, may mga purpose. So, to give joy and happiness to God. The same time, to our family, to give joy and happiness to our family. So, it's like kung nakapagbigay tayo ng happiness sa family natin. Just like nakapagbigay tayo ng happiness ni God. So, yun yung ano. The same time, kung na-train yung heart natin sa family natin, so, through love, nandun talaga yung love natin. So, pagdating natin sa spirit world, once pumunta na tayo doon at the age of 80, emphasize din dito, at the age of 80, thank you so much, Arlene, para hopefully nakinig ka. At the age of 80, so, yun yung ano, Ah, na kasi talagang pupunta tayo dun meron nga 60 pa lang, eh. Talagang iiwanan natin yung ano natin, yung life natin dito sa, ah, na physical physical world. So, mangyayari magiging spirit na lang talaga tayo. Paano tayo mabuhay sa spirit world? Through sa love natin, yung heart natin na na-develop. Through sa family natin, sa mga neighbor natin, relatives, friends, lahat, lahat, lahat. Kaya related talaga siya. So, kaya 'pag, namatay tayo tapos meron tayong hatred, wala tayong pagmamahal sa, meron tayong hatred na ano, so magiging sorrowful din yung ano natin, either walang happiness. Either hindi tayo mapunta dun sa kingdom of heaven na sinasabi, 'di ba? So, dun tayo sa hell. Ah, Kaya ang daming ano related na mga ano, yung mga, testimony sa iba, nakabisita dun sa hell kaya ano, ganun na paulit-ulit yung mga hatred na ano, ah, hindi sila nakapunta, wala silang kasiyahan kasi yun yung kamatayan nila. Kaya kaya yung ano, ah, yung mga nag-suicide, grabe ang ano, kawawa yung mga spirit niyan, yung mga nag-suicide kasi talagang sorrowful talaga sila kasi yung ano, ah, hindi nila hindi nila masyadong nag-develop yung ano nila dito sa nagkaroon ng hatred kaya merong liberation na mangyayari, eh, lalo na mga family natin. Kailangan natin silang i-liberate, through ano, um, through yung gaya ng pumunta ka sa simbahan, magpamisa ka, mga ganyan. Or kung merong iba na ano, parang gustong bayaran na ma-level up yung spirit nila dahil nakagawa ng ano, mga gano'n. Mm. So, anyway, sa atin dito habang ano pa, habang nandito pa tayo sa, hmm, physical world na dinevelop pa natin, na strong pa tayo. Hmm, so, through sa ano natin, through sa, pagiging friends, mga ano, so ang relationship na like ano, like siblings love na magkakapatid, yung matanda na mga parents love na nandun talaga yung treatment na, just like ano din, tinuturing mo na, ah, parents sila like God na lalo na pagka ano, ah, sa individual like as a ano, mag-asawa. So, nandun yung ano, eh, sa mag-asawa kasi, hmm, yung ano, hmm, yung mag-asawa, ano kasi yan, parang in behalf of God talaga. Ah, ah, to become one. So, just like si God na pinagkaisa, na gano'n. Hmm, so, yun yung kaya dapat mag-asawa talaga. Kasi yun yung happiness din. Kasi kaya si God crineate din ni God ang tao dahil siyempre si God alone, si God mag-isa lang siya, eh, gano'n. So, kaya nag-create siya ng ano, crineate niya yung tao para magiging ano, ah, object of joy dapat. Pero actually may history din yan, eh, from the beginning, Adam and Eve, mga ganyan. So, ang importante sa'tin ngayon kumbaga nandito tayo sa physical world, paano i-develop natin yung pagmamahal natin para sa mga ano, um, neighbor natin, um, sa parent natin, sa family, gano'n. So, ano yung maiwan mo dun sa mga family mo na parang legacy. Legacy yun siya. Legacy para sa so anyway, so actually yun yung understanding ko about sarili mo. Kumbaga yeah. Thank you so much pag-stay. So thank you, Jerry, to for staying. So still for him. Amazing. So another topic tayo. Another topic. Ito mas mahaba to siya. Thank you. Si Arlene Paraon. So thank you so much sa pag-stay. Thank you. So, gusto niya ng another topic. The power of religion to turn people to goodness. The power of religion to turn people to goodness. Yeah. Actually, ang tao, pag walang religion din, so, parang nag-defend lang sila sa ng mga bagay-bagay. Pero kung merong religion na attend tayo, so parang nagiging align. Kasi yun yung put up ni talaga. Okay. Ito siya. Yan. Okay. The power of religion to turn people to goodness. On August 2, 1990, Iraq President Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, igniting the possibility of war in the Persian Gulf. This area has long been in tinderbox, and I could see the world was about to be swept up into war. And conclude that Christians and Muslims leaders must meet to prevent the conflicts. I acted quietly to do all I could to stop a war in which innocents people were sure to die. On October 2, I convened on short notice an emergency conference of the Council for the World Religious in Cairo, Egypt, to deliver my urgent message of peace to the highest spiritual authorities of the Middle East and the Muslim world. Many wonder why a person no apparent ties to the Middle East would convene such a meeting. But to me, it was simple. I believe every religion should contribute to world peace. Ajun? Conflict between Christianity and Islam would be far worse than the conflict between democracy and communism. There is nothing more fearful than a religious war. I sent a message exploring President George H.W. Bush, who already was trying to limit the conflict to avoid war in Arab world, as instead worked to bring about Saddam Hussein retreat through diplomatic means. President Bush, President Bush may have thought he was going to war against Iraq only, but that is not how Muslims would think. For Muslims. Religion is a higher position than the nation state. I was very concerned that if Iraq were attacked, an Arab world would join in opposition to the United States in the Christian world. Our emergency conference in Cairo involved top Muslim leaders and grand muftis from 9 countries, including the Grand Muftis of Syria and Yemen. The core of the meeting was my uh, desperate appeal to Arab and Muslim would not support Saddam Hussein, claim that this was an holy war. Whether the United States won or Iraq won, what good would it do? What value would it have? It is meant that bombs rain down, destroyed in houses, schools, and precious innocent lives. The Cairo Conference was just one of our many peace activities. Every time in crisis arose in Middle East, our members worked fearlessly, risking their lives at the sense of danger. For years, during the violence and terror in Israel and Palestine, our members, traveling at the moment notice, collaborate with major organizations to work for peace. I am always uneasy sending our members to places where their lives are at risk, but is unavoidable when working for the cause of peace. I may be in Brazil tilling the soil under the blazing sun, or speaking for a way in Africa, but my heart is constantly drawn to those members who insist or working in dangerous environment of the Middle East. I pray that peace will come to the world quickly, so I no longer need to ask our members to go such places of death. On September 11, 2001, we all felt utter horror when the World Trade Center Twin Tower in New York City were destroyed by terrorists. Some people said this was the inevitable clash of civilization between Islam and Christianity. But my views in different in their purest form. Islam and Christianity are not religions of conflict and confrontations. They both place importance on peace. In my in my views, it is bigoted to brand all Islam as radical, but just as in bigoted say that Islam and Christianity are fundamental different. The essence of all religions is the same. Immediately following the collapse of the towers, as I organized religions leaders from New York and around the country to pray, and ministers to the victims and first responders at ground zero. Then, in October, I convened in a major interfaith conference for peace in New York City. Our was the first fundamental gathering in New York. After the tragedy, this dramatic contribution to peace is time toward did not springs up from the nothing. From decades prior, I have engaged in the promoting interreligious harmony. It is on the foundation of this investment that we have the trust of major faith leaders who would travel to Israel during the Intifada or to New York in the wake of the 9/11 attack. In 1984, I brought together 40 religious scholars, instructing them to compare the teaching that appear in the sacred texts of Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and other major world religions. The vote that resulted from their efforts was world scriptures, the comparative um, antholo- anthology of sacred texts published in 1991. What they found was the sacred texts religious convey the same similar teaching in some uh, than 70% of the time. The remaining 30% of teaching that represent unique point of its religions. This means that the most of the teaching of the major world religions are the same in their core. The same is true of religion's practice. On the surface, when believers wear turbans, some wear prayers vein around the nuts, others wear in the cross, but they all seek of the fundamental truth of the universe and try to understand the will of the Divine One. People often becomes friends even if all they have in common is the same particular hobby. When two strangers meet and discover they have the same hometown, they can immediately communicate as if they have known each other for decades. So it is truly tragic that religions which share the same teaching so more than 70% of the time still struggles to understand each other and communicate happily. They could take about the things they have in the common and take each other by the hand. Instead, they emphasize the difference and criticize one another. All religions in the world talk about peace and love, yet they fight each other over peace and love. Israel and Palestine talk of peace and justice, yet both practice violence until children are bleeding and dying. Judaism, the religions of Israel, is a religion's peace and the same in true of Islam. Our experience when compiling world scripture leads us to believe that it is not the religions of the world that are the error, but the ways the faith are taught but teaching of faith cultivates pres- prejudice, and prejudice leads to conflict. Muslims were branded terrorists after 9/11 attacks, but the vast major majority of these simple believing families are peace-loving people, just like us. The last Yasser Arafat's lead the Palestinians for a long time. Like all political leaders, he had hope for peace, but he was also associated with stripes in the regions. As chairman of the Palestine Liberation Organization, Arafat's embodied determination for the Gaza Strips and West Bank to become an independent Palestinian state. Many argue he shaped from his past associations and began to deter the activities of extremist organizations. After he was elected president of the Palestine National Authority in 1996, in the interest of seeking peace in the Middle East, I communicate with Arafat on 12 separate occasions. Of course, my words to him wav- never waver. God's way is always the way of harmony, seeking for peace. The road to Arafat office was literally a difficult one. Anyone approaching his office had to pass between uh, heavily armed guard and submit to our last three body search along the way. But when our members arrived, Arafat wearing his keffiyeh traditions have gird would warmly welcome them. These sorts of relationship cannot be built in the day or two. They come from years of pouring out sincerity and devotion for the sake of the Middle East peace. It was our arduous effort and constant willingness to risk our lives in terror-ridden conflict areas and prepared ways for us to be welcomed into the relationship with the religious and political leaders. In these rebels, it took large amount of resources. Finally, we could gain the trust of both Arafat's and top Israeli leaders, which allow us to play a mediating role during outbreaks of conflicts in the Middle East. I first set foot in Jerusalem in 1965. This was before the Six Days War, and Jerusalem was still under Jordan's territorial control. I went to the Mount of Olives, where Jesus shed tears of blood in prayer, just prior to being taken in the court of Pontius Pilate. I put my hand on the 2,000 years old olive tree that could have witnessed Jesus' prayer that night. I dropped three nails in the tree, one for Judaism, one for Christianity, and one for Islam. I prayed for the day when these three families of faith would become one. World peace cannot world peace cannot come unless Judaism, Christianity, and Islam embrace as one. Those three nails are still there. Judaism, Islam, and Christianity are sharply divided against each other in today world, but the share in common growth. The issue that keep them divided in the understanding of Jesus. To address this problem, in May 19, 2003, I asked that Christians they emphasize the cross and relations among the Abrahamic faiths. Thus, we enacted a harmony, a ceremony of taking down the cross. We brought a cross from America, a predominantly Christian culture. The varied it is the field of blood in Israel. This is the field that was bought with the 30 pieces of silver that Judas Iscariot received for the betrayals of Jesus that ended in Jesus' crucifixion. Later that years on December 23, some 3,000 of ambassadors for peace for all religions and from around the world, joining with 17,000 Israelis and Palestinians in Jerusalem Independence Park to symbolically remove the crown of thorns from the head of Jesus and replace it with a crown of peace. They then marched for peace through Jerusalem. Local authorities granted permission and protected our efforts, and Palestinians and Israel families supported our march for peace by placing in light in front of their homes. Through that march, which was broadcast live via the internet to the entire world, I proclaim that Jesus had this authority as King of Peace restored to him. After centuries of misunderstanding and um, division of opportunity was created for Christianity, Judaism, and Islam to reconcile with one another. Al-Aqsa Mosque, the third holiest mosque is Islam. After those in Mecca and Medina, is located in Jerusalem. It is the spot from the Prophet Muhammad. It is said that Ham ascended to heaven. Ours was the holy mix. Religious groups welcome to all parts of this house of ownership. The mosque leaders guided and the Christians and Jewish leaders who had participated in the peace march to the sacred space of the mosque. We were able to open a door that had been closed tightly and prepare the way for many Muslim leaders and communicate as a new level with their Christians and Jewish brothers and sisters. Human beings like peace, but they also enjoy conflict. Yes. People will take the most gentle of animals and make them fight. They will have roosters fight and pick each other with their sharp beaks until pieces of soft flesh begin to fall away. Then these same people will turn around and tell their own children, Don't fight with your friends, play nice. The fundamental reason that the wars occurs is not religion or race. It is connected to what lies deep inside human beings. People like a attribute that the causes of armed conflict to sustain as a science or the economy, but the actual fundamental problem lies within human beings ourselves. Religion's role is to turn human beings towards goodness and eliminate this their their evil nature that finds enjoyment is fighting. Examine the major religions of the world. They all had a peaceful world as their idea. They all want to see the kingdom of heaven, utopia or paradise. Religions have different names for the ideals, but they all seek such a world. There are numerous religions in the world, and virtually everyone is divided into countless um, functions and denominations. But the essence hope of all the same. They want the kingdom of heaven and the world of peace. The human heart has been torn to shreds by the violence and enmity at our core. The kingdom of love will heal it. Yes, that's all. Yeah. So yes, that's the topic of the power of religions to turn people to goodness. Yeah, actually, um, before the conflict, I have also some learnings also about this one. Kumbaga, uh, kung bakit nanaig pa rin yung ano, yung mga religions to against yan sa ano, uh, communist. Kumbaga, yun yung ano din, yung, war between uh, good and evil, uh, God or Satan, as like that. Mm, kumbaga, communism kasi is ano, mm, mm, hindi sila ano, hindi din sila naniwala. Ah, naniwala sila sa mga ano lang, bagay-bagay. Mm, so, ang religion kasi is, yun yung ano, ah, talagang naniwala kay God. But, ah, minsan din, ang mga religion din is nag-away-away dahil sa mga paniniwala. Pero sa totoo lang, mm, dapat ang religion, lahat ng religion is magkaisa because isa lang naman, isa pa rin ang pinapaniwalaan natin kahit iba't ibang ano, language, iba't ibang language tayo. So, yun. Grabe no. So, wait lang. Uh, something, meron na akong ano. Wait lang ah. and verse.
Mm.
Mm. This is meron na akong 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 50 already. Off already. Thank you so much. Sa nag-stay. Mm, that's the end of my reading. How many reading? How many topics? So, thank you. Thank you. This is the wonderful. Another history. Let I read this one. Staying. At least may are out. Sige na, basta. Nag-realize na pa rin pala kasi ano. Cemetery. Guys, thank you so much sa pag-stay. Thank you.
Hanggang dito na lang ako.
Thank you.